Very good day everybody, and welcome to another video. This is your favorite funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko, and I will be your captain for today's flight. Today's flight will take us back to an old one, the Boeing 777-300ER by PMDG. I have not flown that airplane for quite a while, and it's a very lovely airplane, so we're really happy to be flying that for you today. Today we'll be flying from Singapore to Abu Dhabi. It's going to be another long-haul series, so at some point I will probably get some shut-eye and get a little beauty sleep in. So there's a little disclaimer. If you're in for the entire ride, you will be very understimulated. Unless, of course, you like this sort of thing, then it's totally cool. We're using real-world weather today, and real-world time as well. We're using GSX and PayAttention.ai for our ATC. And this Boeing 777-300ER has today been fitted with the Boris audio pack. So it's a redo of the audio. I haven't heard it yet. I have heard it in the 737, and I will hear it in the 777-300ER as well. We'll see how that's going to go down. Alright, so let's get the splash screen out of the way. So we're parked here at stand 150, gate 150. We're using a real-world operated flight by Etihad, flight 103. And let's just hop on in, I'd say, and have some fun with some Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's a beautiful aircraft, the 777-300ER. I'm just loving it. We're not going to do any kind of walk around really, but just a little fly around if you will. And then, yeah, let's just get in. So we got also some traffic here to join us by PayAttention.ai, which is really cool. Gives us a little bit more of an immersive feel. Alright, so usually with long-haul aircraft, you will not really have the entire cold dark. The engineers usually already put some power on the aircraft. So before we continue, let me just check the sound, if I'm even audible at all. So stand by. Alright, that sounds very good. Like a chihuahua singing Silent Night. Alright. So what the hell do we do inside this airplane? It's been a while. Maybe, first of all, let's just set the parking brake. I guess that can never hurt. You can go on set, please. Am I missing anything here? Stand by. No. So press the toe brakes. We should have brake pressure lights. Well, basically we're getting through brake pressure if I keep doing this. Alright, we'll deal with that later, once we get the hydraulics going. Alright, so first things first. Let's get our flight plan. We'll have a 6-hour, 55-minute flight, airtime, actual airtime. Sim brief not configured. Oh, come on, man. It's been a while since I've flown this aircraft, as you can see. So let's just do this off the screen real quick. So you get to look at the beautiful splash screen here. And here I thought I was super prepared, but not always. So here we are then. So our call sign, Etihad 103, and let's get the departure weather here in Singapore. Winds 100 at 5 knots, great visibility, scattered at 1800 feet and then broken at flight level 300, so that should be fine, QNH 1012. 30 degrees and 26 dew points, so it's not yet super hazy, I guess, but it won't do. So let's start with the boarding first, because we are carrying, I believe, 323 passengers, if I'm not mistaken, so let's request the boarding, so we can get that started. And then we'll check the 8s, and then after that we'll request our clearance. So while the boarding is starting, let's have a look at the overhead. So we turn on the ADRU, and ground power is available, so let's use that. So we won't use up any of our APU, because I believe the APU is actually already running. And then we'll just need some lights. Well, let's get these all up for now. And we'll need the logo lights. So for now, I guess that will do. So boarding has been requested. For some reason it's taking a while. Alright. So let's check the LSP. Callsign X15. Cruising altitude 380, but we'll start at 340, 360, 380. We'll see how that's going to work out, because obviously at some point I will probably get some shut eye. Alright, do you want to board attach the pushback tug? No, thank you, not yet. Yes, I would like to board everyone.
Boarding starting.
Well, welcome aboard, everybody. Right, so the block fuel for today's flight will be 59.6, final reserves 7.1, and we need the wind as well, so we got Callsign X15, initial 340, 380, wind 088 at 10, and then for the flight plan, runway 20 center with the AROSO 5 Bravo departure. So let's get to the charts, departure charts. Let's first start with the airport. Then we can get all the frequencies. I think I'm looking for the one that's called airport, this one. Airport info, let's pin it there. Was our bid again, the AROSO 5 Bravo. Let's also get that one. AROSO 1 Charlie. One Delta. AROSO 3 Alpha and 5 Bravo. And the 5 Bravo is the one that we're using. So we go to pin and airport. Well, we were actually already on this sucker. Okay. Digital 8 is 128.6. And I wanted to check something else. I'm using SPAT next. But I'm not sure if I actually need it, so I just need to really quickly check with the profiles. 777 Logitech multi-panel, maybe actually could be fine. Let's have a look. We'll see this, we'll check this in a little bit. Okay, so let's get the 8's information. So 128.6.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding.
Initial contact, you have information mine. Singapore Changi Airport, information mine. 0030 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 20 right, 20 center. Wind calm. Visibility 10. View at 1800. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1012. Transition level 130. Advise on initial contact you have information mic.
Information mic.
Singapore Changi Airport, information mic. 0030 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 20 right, 20 center. Wind calm. Visibility 10. View at 1800. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1012. Transition level 130.
130.
Advise on initial contact you have information mic.
Alright, we got that.
Singapore Changi Airport, information mic.
And delivery
0030 Zulu.
11.65.
Arriving and departing runways 20 right, 20 center. Wind calm. Visibility 10. View at 1800. Temperature 30, dew point 26.
I don't like this angle.
QNH 1012.
Stand by 1 second.
Transition level
Let's do it
130.
left, that's what do you think?
Advise on initial contact you have information mic. Singapore Changi Airport, information mic. 0030.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think we see any passengers yet. We probably... Yeah, what if we open the door? There's something with the GSX. I believe you have to have the door open or something. And then they will actually be seated as well. Let's see, there you go. Cool. That's always cute. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our clearance. Let's get to the LV for that first, so that we can start writing shit down when we need to. Delivery, good evening, Etihad 103. For information, mic, type 777-300 ER, we are at gate 150, requesting IFR clearance.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
I actually forgot to say clearance to Abu Dhabi, but okay. To the AROSO.
Clear to Abu Dhabi via the AROSO 5 Bravo departure, then as filed. Runway 20 center. Initial climb to 4,000. Departure on 120.3. Squawk 6633.
Clear to Abu Dhabi via the AROSO 5 Bravo, then as filed. Departure runway 20 center. Initial climb 4,000. Departure frequency 120.3. Squawk 6633 Etihad 103.
Etihad 103, WeFAT correct. Ground is on 120.95. Safe flight, sir.
120.95. We also have the departure frequency. I would like that. And actually we are Etihad 103 heavy, so we'll use that next time we use our call sign. Alright, so then that's cool. We got that out of the way. So the aircraft is looking for its position. It's going to take a couple of minutes. So let's go to the FMC. Pausing it. And gate is going to be 150. And that's not the database, that's always the question, isn't it? Then we'll see what Navigraph would like to call this position as we're parked. Totally different from 150. So Foxtrot 4-1. The 4-1 or 1-4? My brain sees 1-4, but I heard myself say 4-1. Yeah, it's 4-1. Okay, so trust my hearing then. Foxtrot 4-1. That's our position, I guess. That's looking good. Route. We'll just request it here from Emirates. There it goes. To block fuel 59.6 and reserve 7.1. .6, 7.1, it's looking killed. Set payload, set fuel, and select route. Then have a little sip of something called vitamin water or something like that. Which is total crap, but it tastes good. Yeah, it's better than drinking cola the whole time. Oh, cool. This sound has also been updated. I like it. Descent forecast uplink is ready. Let's acknowledge wind data uplink is ready. Sure. Performance emitter uplink. Route 1 uplink is ready. Alright. And then we load the route. Route 1 uplink loading. So that's cool. That's loading into the FMS here. Runway is currently not entered there, but it should be fine. Let's go ahead and activate and execute. So we should have the basic route in here. 8 pages. But we'll now enter the departure and arrival as well. So departure runway 20 center, and then we have the AROSO 5 Bravo departure. So just go ahead and execute. And for now, let's just start. You know, things can change in a couple of hours, right? But for now, dispatch gave us runway 31 left with the NOBTO 4 Juliet. So ILS 31 left and the NOBTO 4 Juliet. Looking cute. Itinerary and Pegum. Do we have any of those transitions? No, we do not. So we just leave them. Execute. So now we should have the entire flight plan. We have 13 pages now. Ibixu, Ibiza, Dubot, Apon, Pelru, Victor Tango Kilo, that's VOR, Akoma, Akmet, AROSO, Akru. We can go through the entire thing. Just for now, scanning for any discontinuities. We have one, but that is on arrival. So that's looking fine. Gas performance initialization, zero fuel weight, we do it the lazy way. Reserve fuel 7.1 and block fuel 59.6. Cruising altitude 340, cost index 15, looking good. There's no transition level on this page, so accept it. And thrust limitation. We'll go to our beloved tool here on the ESB. So departing runway 20 center. I guess as well my condition should be dry. And let's import this from the aircraft and import the weather. Let's go to kilograms. And hectopascal 1012. Is that what we noted down as well? Yes. Right, so let's hit calculate, and let's go to calculate for us. I have no clue how you would calculate this yourself in real life though. Maybe it would be interesting to have a look at it, but I'm not a very mathematical mind. More of abstract arts and everything. Alright, so flaps 5, acceleration 1500. So they're giving us a takeoff 2 derating at 45 degrees, which should then result in a N1 percentage of 90.2 for the takeoff roll. Trim will be 4.75, V1 164, 166, 169 kilograms, please. Alright, so takeoff 2 at 45 degrees. Takeoff 2, temperature, assumed temperature fuel, 45 degrees. We're putting that in. And this is giving us 90.2 for a change. Usually the 777 isn't like that. It's like that. I really like it. So flaps for takeoff will be 5. And center of gravity is 30.1. And then we should get 4.75 on our trim. Runway length remaining is 131. Do we enter that on this flight? No, we don't. So 164, 166, 169. Let's go ahead and confirm these speeds. That sets up this bit. Now, we also have a little checklist kind of thing in here, which is pretty cool. So we go here, so oxygen tested. We're not going to do all of them, but basically just check if the oxygen is on, if you will. Alright, so oxygen check, flight instruments, heading, altimeter, tow. Let's set up the remote control panel. We have GPS. I guess we can turn on the flight directors for that now. So initial climb 4,000. Let's see if the hardware that I'm using is working. Not quite. It is allowing me to turn the buttons, but it's not displaying the same on my hardware as it does here. But at least we get something. And the heading is probably going to be the same. Let's see. So the heading does work, it's just a different readout. Alright. So the runway heading, I think actually we could see that here. The runway heading is 203. 203, but we'll actually be flying lateral navigation and vertical navigation. The speed put in 250 knots. I'm happy to be streaming again. It's been a while, and it's feeling good. I like it. And let's also turn on traffic and get the maximum zoom on our nav display. The runway heading is in there as well. Our altitude, the altimeter has been set, but we use hectopascal on this airport, 012. We have the digital timer, or the clock, 11 time, so that's good. We don't have to start it, it will start running on its own. So then we can now return to flight instruments, heading altimeter, I guess is all looking fine. Parking brake, well, try setting the parking brake the way I'm sort of used to, but for some reason it doesn't want to take. And if I do it like this, no, that doesn't do it. Right, so let me check here. PVG setup, aircraft, and options for simulation. RS options is realistic. I think it should have remembered all of these. Parking brake is realistic behavior, so that's cool. But I'm guessing it is just our. I'm guessing it's the hydraulics. Not sure. I'm just going to blame it on the hydraulics blatantly. Let's just turn the hydraulics on. You can immediately hear a sound difference inside the flight deck. What am I doing? Hang on. And apparently there's a quick spot here. that you could get some other hydraulics. I guess I'll have to look into that. I don't hear any difference at this moment. But now that we changed hydraulics, you can see the brake accumulator is now is actually filled again. So I guess if we try to set our parking brake now, there you go. It now takes, and it's also a magic thing. That's always nice too. Right, so normal flight deck door closed and locked. I'm just going to take this, but we're actually leaving it open so we can hear the passengers. So passenger side, I guess we can turn that on, but let's see if we have our fuel on board. 59.6 in the left and the right side, no fuel in the center tanks. But we do have our fuel, that's what we were trying to find. So seatbelt signs go on, no smoking sign is on as well. The ground frequency was 120.905 was set as well. And now that we're down here, let's also set our squawk code. 120.905, so we're now on ground. Squawk was 6633. I guess I can use the hardware for that. Whoop, and it's crashing. Let's not use Spatum next. There we go. I guess this should work. So 6633 is our squawk. 66 and 33. And for now, let's just keep it on transponder, I guess. Alright, so mode control panel V2. Well, we put actually in 250 knots. I guess that's okay. Heading, track, and altitude, that's all been done. Takeoff speed, V1, rotate V2, 164, 166, 169. It's in there as well. The CDU2 flight has been completed. Trim will be 4.78. I said 4.78, but it should be 4.75. Trim, there you go. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Let's have a look at the airport diagram. So we're at Foxtrot 41, so that's pushback nose to the right, tail to the left. That will take us onto Romeo 6. Always the question how they're going to get you to the runway. We're quite close to it, runway 20 center. Actually, this is 02 center. Here's 20 center, alright. Yeah, so we get out of the apron area here. So Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango. And then all the way, and then Tango 2. I guess that's going to be fairly straightforward. What do you think? And then takeoff briefing. Not sure exactly what a takeoff briefing, I don't know, like SOP wise should entail. But yeah, we do have our takeoff speed, so we will rotate at 166. At V1 speed, 164, we should decide, at our decision speed, so we should decide, are we going to abort the departure or are we going to continue? After V1 we must take off. We'll rotate at 166 knots, and our V2 speed will be 169. And if you ask me, that is takeoff briefing. Maybe not quite, let's also have a sort of, if you will, a departure briefing. If we check our AROSO 5 Bravo departure out of runway 20 center. We could already see EBIX2 EBIVA That will take us to towards airport Cellro over the Ticom VOR there. And then onwards to Akuma. Then from Akuma we get to AROSO. At AROSO, well at ACNET we should be 11,000 or above. And for the AROSO 5 Bravo we should already be at 11,000 or above at Akuma. MOXIP we should be above 2,000. No, we're not using MOXIP, excuse me. See, so EBIXU 1,500 or higher, and then 2,500 or higher, 4,000 or higher, so this is just getting us up. It's a fairly simple route. And this will be a left turn, so fly random heading 203 for about 7 miles. Then we'll take a left turn to heading 138 for about 7 miles, and then another left turn to heading 052. And so on and so forth. That should pretty much fly itself anyway. So that's, if you ask me, that's our takeoff and taxi briefings completed. We could turn the beacon on. The cabin is still being boarded. We do have quite a number of passengers today. As I said, it's a real-world route that we're flying to Abu Dhabi. Yeah, looking forward to flying this airplane again. It's just an absolute joy to fly this one. It's really cool. Beacon, yeah, I guess we can turn on the beacon, why not? Do that, so the passengers are strapped in. Guess we'll do the dome lights going here as well. And then the fuel pumps. I don't think there's anything wrong with opening up those fuel pumps as well. So the sensor pumps we can leave alone, but we will do the cross feed forward and aft. And you can definitely tell when you're flying the 777 compared to the 737s that this is a lot more automated. There's a lot more things being done automatically and all that stuff. It's really cool. Yeah. And you know, especially after flying a bunch of new aircraft like the A340-600, that was flying earlier today on the channel. It is, I must say, it is nice to fly the BTG 777 actually again, which actually is seriously damn cool airplane. Right, so both pilots are on, if I'm doing this correctly, should be on VHF 1 and VHF 2. Let's have a look at the boarding process. It's always nice to get up close and personal with what the hell is happening to this cabin. Whoa, that is just spawning in. That's a new one. I've never seen this before. So the inside, for some reason, does not want to show. I mean, the passengers are popping in, that I'm used to, but I'm not used to the chairs. Not even loading. That's totally new to me. Let's see if we go to the cabin here, because we did see. Okay, it's just weird. Earlier we did see all the chairs and everything. I'm not sure what's going on with that. What if we use our outside view? Man, it's all looking innocently, okay. So the chairs do pop in from this side. Let's get outside again. start to get a little weird kind of like a fixation there. Alright, so back to the flight deck it is. Or a fixation, maybe it's even actually obsession, if you will. But cool. So the 4-star checklist has been completed. Then before taxi, the NTIs, they are all on auto. You can find them here, these 3 buttons. Wing, set auto, and engine left and right are both on auto. So since the boarding is taking a bit of time, let's just go ahead and stand here for a second and just absorb the atmosphere. So these people are the really rich ones, flying in business class. Looking nice and comfortable if you ask me. Oh shit, and I just noticed that the flash screen was still there. My apologies. Oh, for so long. What an idiot. We've been streaming for 41 minutes. Well, here it is anyway. So you just heard me talk and you didn't see a damn thing. I apologize for that. And while I'm at it, let's also get the Volanta overlay on here as well. Now it's almost like the real deal. It's almost like I'm a serious streamer now. Yeah, that's a shame, man. At least you could hear something, I guess. You know, like it's better than at least, you know, it would have been really weird if you wouldn't hear anything. Just look at the screen and at the same time you're just doing all these things. We've been setting up like the entire thing, you know. But you know, what can you do? Such is life. It is not expected that we don't fall, but we are required to get up. What do you think about that one? You know what I mean? Right, so these people look nice and relaxed. So next time it actually would be nice if anyone joining it would have felt free to say, hey Arkady, and I would say yes, and they would say, hey, listen man, we don't see jack shit on your screen. You just showed the stupid splash screen. I'd be like, oh cool, thanks for telling me. I had no clue, I totally forgot. But, you know, it is the responsibility of the streamer, ultimately, isn't it? So, glad we caught that. Right, so the morning still on the way. Let's check in here at GSX, what the numbers are saying. We've got 174 out of 363 people that were canning with us today. So I don't understand why it's saying here gate 150. It's also called gate 150 in Flight Simulator though. Well, excuse me. I had a concert earlier this evening. Yeah, so my My rhythm is a little bit thrown off, but I'm not complaining at all. So the engine is, or the engines are in shutdown mode, so they're not running. TCAS is still off. Emergency lights, yes. Let's arm the emergency lights where you find them on this aircraft again. This one, emergency exit lights, or the emergency lights will, they're armed. Sabah here. It's a kind of a different accent. Tickets off, the doors are open obviously. Fortunately, otherwise we'd be getting an empty plane. So if you move closer to the cabin crew, no, it's still, the volume is still the same. It would be nice if this at some point would become interactive as well, as you could click on all these things and magical stuff would happen there. This guy really deserves his head to be popped in, and this guy as well. Yes. I don't know, but watching planes take off, even in simulator, it's just cool. I don't really like this about Saint engine stuff like that, but there's also other programs that, like FSLTL, just get a little bit more life in your simulator, you know? The weather actually looking quite decent here. The temperature was 30 degrees and then 2.26. It sounds maybe like an aircraft landing. Where is it? And you go. The little airport. So what do we have over there? A collection. Look at those. And this plane just blatantly showing it behind to us. I don't know, but I think I take offense to that. And this one as well, but at least it's not that blatantly. But this one is just like, come on, man, have some dignity. We got a Airbus A380 Singapore Airlines, and every now and then there will still be one of these pointy aircraft. I'll take it. I'm already happy that we got some decent flight models going on at the moment. And then if every now and then there's, you know, this generic pointy-nosed stupid airplane, you know, that's fine every now and then, that will be okay. I'm liking the Malaysia Airlines livery.
Information Papa. 0200 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 20 right, 20 center. Wind 130 at 6. Visibility 10. Scattered at 1800. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1012. Transition level 130. Advise on initial contact you have information Papa.
So we have information
Singapore
Papa now.
Changi Airport, information Papa. 0200 Zulu. Arriving and departing
Nothing
runways
really
20 right,
Just the wind a little
20
bit.
center.
130 at 6.
Wind 130 at 6. Visibility 10. Scattered at 1800. Temperature 30. Dew point.
So we'll keep that, that's fine. So how's the boarding process going? 219 out of 363, well it is a big plane. Obviously, with all this time we should be like perfect, we should have a perfect departure, completely prepared, right? We could have a look at the readiness page or NAVRED in the Boeing. And we can put the ILS frequency for our current airports. See the arriving runway.
26. QNH 1012. Transition level 130. Advise on initial contact you have information Papa. Singapore Changi Airport, information Papa. 0200 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 20 right, 20 center. Wind 130 at 6. Visibility 10.
20 right, 20 center. Let's choose 20 center then, at least we have something in case we would need it. So if we go to the approach charts, not on the pin, but on the, approach charts, 20 center. If we take the category 2, oh yes, and then they crash again, that's normal. So 109.7. Can we just enter here like this? It's now saying park. Let's see what happens. No, it's saying invalid entry. And it does leave it there, and I don't think it's going to buy it if we put in the heading as well. Does it 203? I'm probably totally doing this the wrong way, but just let's see what's doing. Actually, it does take it. Cool. So yeah, in case we need to return, we need to return to the airport, then at least we have the ILS frequency in here as well, so we can actually perform do it actually an ILS landing. And the fuel, let's have a look at our flight plan. Legs page. Where's updated? I noticed that I'm right now a little bit Airbus minded. I'm expecting like a fuel page. I'm actually now wondering where the hell do I find the fuel? Performance, this is the one I need. So 59.6, and does it say anything? Progress page. So once we arrive, we should have 10.6 2,000 kilograms of fuel on board. It is not giving us any warning. Sometimes it might give a warning, like you know, you might not have enough fuel. Usually you will have enough fuel, but it might be below what is actually allowed. Now the flight plan, I wanted to check that as well. Leg stage. Actually, let's go to VNAV and cruising altitude now 340. Step climb to 360 would then be in 249 nautical miles. Maybe I can make that. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Travel climb 340, and then at Ibuku we should be at 360. Ibuku, that's not too far, is it? Ibuku is right there, okay. Well, let's stay hydrated, kids. Let's see what the tower frequency is. I hope they will fix the interface. Sometimes when you start scrolling, it automatically jumps back to the latest message. So sometimes you might miss something and you want to have a look here, and it jumps back to the latest message. Resulting in you keeping scrolling up, reading small snippets every time, which is obviously a little tedious. Let's see, a ramp, that will be cool. Let's see, where's the tower? Tower 118.25. 118.25, so let's set that. That's 125. Now, was it this airplane that also has the option to put the tablets actually on the window? By the look of this sucker here, the remains of a suction cup. Looks like it's possible, but let's just leave it where it is. I got my keyboard set up like this: Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 4 is the middle one, Alt. Oh, I missed Alt 3. And then 5, we have a wing view on this side, 6, wing view on the other side, 7, then 6 is back. It's a bit of a messy setup at the moment, but at the moment I do not feel like changing it. So for now, I just had to add this screen that we're looking at now. I don't think I've flown this one since I've been using the radio tech that I'm using, the hardware spec that I'm using right now. Schools.com. I've never heard of them. Looks like they just landed and they still have their speed brakes or their spoilers, ground spoilers extended. I think we could do a walk around, but I must say I don't really know what to look for, and obviously in the simulator there's nothing to do to walk around. As far as I know, these planes will not degrade, or hardly at least. I believe the PMG might have some settings where it could sort of degrade maybe like the tires or something, but I've never really gotten into that. Well, got some nice goodies here. Alright, so let's just jump out of this one. These engines, man, they're just huge. I'm loving these. This is really so cool. I know I'm getting a little bit bored and impatient. Not necessarily in a negative way, but I don't know. It's just a big airplane. And, you know, realistically speaking, the crew will have a lot of things to do. I cannot imagine that the crew will just be sitting around waiting for everyone to board. I don't know how they do it, what they do exactly, but they have a whole bunch of things to go through. For instance, the entire flight plan, I guess. You know, you would actually take your time with the captain and then the first officer to just both check the entire flight plan, cross-check it with each other, you know, to see if all the waypoints are actually in the correct sequence and are present. All those kinds of things, you know, in the simulator, we don't really need to do that, you know, it's just there. But this would definitely, you know, we would have something more at hand, you know what I mean. What I do like to do sometimes is to just read out loud some of these waypoints, but, you know, the same engines of the eye, it doesn't really matter that much. If you can't really understand them, you can always go to the app here or to the module, whatever you want to call it, and I'll read it. But when you're flying on VETSIM, I would definitely advise to actually read these out loud for yourself, all of them, just in case, you know, somebody. And, you know, on VETSIM they can also send you a text message if you don't understand, right? But for me that breaks the immersion a little bit. With the Zayed engines.ai, it's okay, I don't mind breaking the immersion a little bit by using the panel here, but yes, I would definitely advise to do that when you're flying on VETSIM, because you're actually talking real time with real people, you know, and some of these names, you know, you might fly to places where the guy or the girl sitting there might have a totally different pronunciation than what you would expect. So you would hear, I don't know, it can catch you off guard, if you know what I mean, you know. I would say Antuk, but maybe they'll say Intak, you know, whatever. You know, and you're like, what the hell does it just say? Clear direct Intak. You're like, what? Clear direct Intak, I said. I don't know, I don't have Intak. You know? So it can help if you read through them out loud, so that your ears actually hear yourself say these words out loud. You know, as sounds. It really, for me, it helps. to be less caught off guard, and then, oh yeah, you know, it's a different thing probably to sort of like memorize all of them. I don't think that's realistic, right? To actually go Ibixu, Ibiza, yes, Ibiza was in there, but I don't know what the real pilots do. But I cannot imagine on a page, on a legs page, if you will, with 13 stop pages. That's going to be a lot. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 per page here. So yeah, that's going to be a shitload. So we're not doing that. FMC.com, Route 1 port report. Maybe we could check, now that we have the entire route in here. Let's go to route and route copy. Route copy complete. So if you now were to go to route 2, that turns blue. We're not going to activate. But if we now go to legs page, you will see that we are in blue, route number 2. And this, as far as I know, this also goes for departure. And now I have to be careful, because this is actually showing route 2. How did that work again? I remember there was a page. Fortunately, it's okay, we don't really need it at the moment. Route 2, let's see. Yeah, that's the thing, like, been flying so many planes. At some point, it's sort of starting to mix. Let's see, so, departure arrival. This is all for route 1 still. Index, there you go. So if you go then back to index, and then you can set your route 2 departure and arrival. So for route, so for the departure we don't have to change anything, but for the arrival, what if we need a different runway, you know? So for instance, let's check it in, up in here. Let's check the airports at Abu Dhabi. Well, very simple. It's either this direction or the other direction, okay? But we could, for instance, anticipate, like, hey, what if we need to, by the time we arrive in 6 hours and 55 minutes, what if we need the opposite runway, you know? So, for instance, right now, we are scheduled for 31 left. Let's say they're now using the opposite direction. So 31 left. So there would be 13 right in this case. You know, so you could use the secondary route to go to 13 right. So 31 left, 13 right. So the arrival is not available for that runway, and then so we'll get some other arrival. You know, you can work that out. We're not going to do this now, but we you know, you could work it out, and then you'll have all you have to do. You know, once you get close, you could then maybe either just change it again in your route number 1, or you simply say route number 2, and you go activate, and then you're on route number 2 with the entire route copied. The only difference, the thing that you actually changed. So that's, I like that option a lot. Very, that looks very clear, I guess. Alright, so route number 2, no, let's go back to route number 1. We won't change anything. This, we can just acknowledge, that's fine. So there you go, route number 1, legs. I believe there is actually, let's go back to the flight deck. There is also an option, and I believe it should be in the overhead, I think. Or that's on the, I'm not sure where they hide it on the 777. Do I still have that page open? As I said, I just installed it. Let me see, because there's a quick spot for cabin chatter. It's located on the lower pedestal on the COM3 panel. close to the flight deck door. So that's headphone simulation and cabin chatter. Stop drifting. So the comp3 panel yeah, so we don't need the mic one, not the transmitter, just to receive. So now we go into the cabin. Cannot say I'm hearing any difference at the moment. And there was also a, let me check where that was. Cabin chatter on, cabin chatter off. Can I zoom in on this sucker? Looks like actually cabin chatter should be off in this way. And but obviously we now also have the cabin chatter via GSX, right? And then there's also, you can, headphone simulation. There you go, this one is headphone simulation. It can be nice if you know, the engine sound gets a little bit too much for you. But for now, we'll just leave all of these things on. Let's have a look at the boarding progress. 351, so boarding is almost completed now. So it's time to get into character. Still like 12 more passengers or so. Now we'll request our pushback. So runway 20 center. Let's get back to the current airport. The pushback nose to the right, tail to the left. So I think we can expect a Romeo 6, a Romeo 4, Tango, and then it was a Tango 2 or something. There you go, for 20 center. Alright, cool. The boarding completed. Yeah, so actually we do have the cabin sounds, as you can hear. So now that the GSX sounds have gone, you can actually hear there's some chatter in the cabin, which can make it a little bit more realistic, right? So I'm rolling a pre-taxi and takeoff cigarette, and when I'm done, I will quickly run into the galley and get some refreshing iced tea to stay hydrated during all of this madness. push and start. Ground, Etihad 103 heavy, request push and start.
Etihad 103, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start approved, face south. Etihad 103 heavy, thank you. So face south, so that is nose to the right, tail to the left. So let's do this. GSX. And prepare for pushback at departure. Now we will have to do some things here.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Ground operations, ground power to be released, and we will remove the chokes. That should be fine, but let's go to the doors page, because sometimes just close all. Because sometimes GSX will just keep on beeping like crazy. Please ground power, well, we will already release that.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Where's our plate? Here it is. And I'm predicting that the pushback talk will, there you go, come through the wall. Thank you, pushback talk. We're all very impressed.
Locking gear.
So that's nose to the right and tail to the left.
Release parking brakes, please.
You got it, partner.
Commencing push.
Parking brake released.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Let's check our, yes. Always nice if that works. Nice timing. Alright, engine start, start engine number 1. Let's get the engine page here. We can add the fuel. So these are the new sounds. Marie bought us sound pack. Let's start engine number 2.
Please set parking brakes.
Just wait for 10%. Parking brake.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
allowing it. HT is dropping. I guess we have 2 running engines. Let's go ahead and confirm. Confirm.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
There you go.
You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
That's our flaps. The takeoff will be 5. And let's listen from the cabin what it's sounding like.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, so the TCAS is still off. And before we start rolling, let's set the auto brake to RTO. And there we have our bypass pin. Thank you, sir. Got our pen and paper ready to copy our taxi clearance, as well as a chart. So I'm expecting Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 2. Hopefully we'll get that. That's the most easy one. Ground, Etihad 103 heavy request taxi.
Etihad 103, runway 20 center, taxi via Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1.
Tango 1, okay. 20 center via Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1. Etihad 103 heavy. Now I lost myself. Tango 1. Oh, really? Actually, we're going to get even a little bit further. We actually get... Okay. Seems a little bit overkill, but sure, let's do it. Alright, man. Finally. Let's get this baby off the ground. So, runway turn-off lights, taxi lights can come on. Let's get our checklist back up. So the anti-icing system we already saw, that was on the auto. Let's just have another visual, see if nobody nudged it accidentally. And the recall, there's a tiny button here. It's just saying the TCAS. Let's check, auto brake is at RTO, flight controls. I don't think this aircraft is like the Airbus, so let's see. Do we have a flight controls page on this one? How does this work again? There you go, flight control. So we go left aileron, full left and neutral, right aileron, full left and neutral. Elevator, up and neutral, down, and back to neutral, and our left rudder to neutral, and right rudder all the way down, all the way to the right and back. That's looking fine. And back to the checklist. Ground equipment is cleared. Then before takeoff, flaps 5, that's also checked. That's allowed. Landing gear up,
push back approved,
checklist.
no
So we can go.
conflicting traffic.
So parking brake released. Man, that's loud. Parking brake released. Thank you. I'm still happy to fly the 777 again, but people really love that aircraft. It is simple and complex at the same time, but simple in a way, it is very easy to operate. It's very user friendly. Seriously, it feels like a flying office or something. Now the 777-300ER is also quite a long aircraft, so you have to take care of your turns a little bit, you know. And I still haven't a total...
Ground, Batik 7153, taxi to the ramp.
Batik 7153, taxi to parking via Tango 9er, Uniform 9er, Uniform 2.
Guaranteed way to do this correctly, but usually...
Tango 9er, Uniform 9er, Uniform 2, Batik
just take your
7153.
turn a little bit long, you know. So just make sure that basically the main gear is on the left and the right side of the yellow line. Obviously you cannot see, but that's why you take these long turns. Take them a little wide. And looks like actually we did it a little too wide because we're now sitting at the right a little bit of the center line there.
It's 818 ready to taxi.
So
Cebu 818, runway 20 center taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango 1.
we have 118.25 for the
Runway
south.
20 center taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango 1, Cebu 818.
And then departure frequency 120.3, which we should dial in before we take off. Sometimes I forget. Let's go a little faster. So what's the crowd doing there, man? And let's also listen to these sounds. I think I would let's stop here for a second. What if we do reverse? We go backwards, I know, yeah. Yeah, that sounds lovely, man. Alright. FMC resume, FMC message. What's it saying? Takeoff speed deleted. Ah, okay. We'll do this again in a bit. So the spoilers come back up. Our flaps are still out. Right, so while we're still rolling here at 9 knots of ground speed, let's acknowledge here and go in at left 152, 160, 17. That's it. I think these are totally different speeds now. Let's just keep it rolling a little bit. Quickly go back here. Performance tool. Imports from OFP. That's actually already have this import from aircraft. So these numbers are now actual 30.0. But that has changed actually. Import weather we have that calculate. So we get 163, 166, 169. I'm not quite getting why these numbers have changed. Six 6669. No, 166. Come on, Arkady. And 169. So, Tango and then Tango 1. Oh, these have different signs, it looks like. But we know we'll take the 1 to third intersection there to the right.
Etihad 103, contact tower on 118.25. Bye bye.
Tower on 118.25, Etihad 103 heavy, bye bye. Alright, let's also dial in departure frequency 120.3. Whoops, let's stay on tower.
Etihad 103 heavy, Singapore Tower. Not clear what you said. Say again.
Tower Etihad 103 heavy, holding short runway 20 center, ready for departure.
Etihad 103. Not clear what you said. Say again.
Oh, here we go, this game again. Etihad 103, holding short 20 center, ready for departure.
Etihad 103 heavy, runway 20 center, winds 130 at 5, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff 20 center, Etihad 103 heavy. Alright, before we do anything, let's set the parking brake. Let's do a little stupid check. TARA. So the T-gas is on. Our flaps are at 5. Auto brakes to RTO, doors are manual, pressure assign, APU is running. Now we could turn off the APU if we wanted to. Let's turn that off. Then we'll need our landing lights. And the strobe lights. I think we're ready then. So let's release the parking brake. This is typical, it seems really like a typical PNG thing, where at this moment it does not want to release the parking brake no matter how long I press it. And then you start pressing it and then the pedals as well, and it's messy. And now it works. I was thinking of doing a rolling takeoff, but I really need a little step. my IST here. So, that's what we'll do. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Take off. Sorry for the slurping sound. Alright, I think everything looking fine. Just do one quick check. Flight directors are on. We even have our ILS frequency. Let's have a look. Here's the plan. Wait, actually the map was the better option for now. So left turn to 118, I believe it was. But we'll just follow everything. So let's go have some fun. Let's take off. Engines to 50%. And let's listen to the sounds then. And then set our takeoff course. Check.
V1, rotate V2. Positive rate.
Cool. Gear up. Let's not stray. Contact departure, Etihad 103 heavy.
Etihad 103, stay in tension.
Etihad 103 heavy, climbing through 3000 for 4000. So the autopilot on. Etihad 103 heavy, climbing through 3700 for 4000. Well, they're just snubbing us now. That's a shame. So we're leaving Singapore for Abu Dhabi. Flaps can come up. Departure, Etihad 103 heavy at 4,000 feet. Did the guy just die or something? Nobody's listening on 120.23. Oh, it should be 10.3. I'm stupid. Departure Etihad 103 heavy 4,000 feet.
Etihad 103 heavy, Singapore departure, radar contact, climb via the SID.
Climb via the SID, Etihad 103 heavy, thank you. Let's see, we don't have alt interference here, do we? I'll wait VNAV is off, there you go. Yeah, so left of navigation, VNAV speed, thrust left. Our flaps are up. Just check our checklist here. After takeoff checklist is completed, landing gear is up, flaps are up. Levers is in the up position as well. We also turned off the, actually it turned off itself, the auto brake. Then we got the descent checklist. So transition level is 130.
18 contact Lumpur radar on 132.6.
60, get the 318.
Alright, so the after departure checklist is complete. Decrease the zoom and increase our range. Then that's display. So we're set to we're clear to climb via the SID. So 7,000 or above, 110 or above. So this is all going fine. So our stop altitude now would be flight level 340 since we're doing a step climb. 10,000 feet, so at some point the nose will start to drop.
Etihad 103, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Etihad 103 heavy. Alright, let's put it at 280 then. So the nose is dropping, let's just let's zoom in a little bit more. There's the DOR. Yeah, I guess we can turn off the landing lights. And the tape on side can come off as well. Always nice to see the airport you just took off from. Although it's a little bit low res like, right, but yeah. Go back to the flight deck. See if we're not killing anyone. So position altitude, flight level 130, so we can go standard pressure. So step climb to flight level 360 is in 122 knots come out, it's 326 Zulu. That's in about 15 minutes. And the elapsed time is 7 minutes.
Flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340, Etihad 103 heavy. But it's just such a stable plane, man. I'm loving it.
132.6.
132.6, Etihad 103 heavy. Let's get rid of that message here actually as well. Golf radar Etihad 103 heavy. Climbing through flight level 182 for flight level 340. We are 6 nautical miles from Akoma.
Etihad 103, look for radar identified. Good afternoon.
So the step climb, the first step climb, as you can see, fairly close. So now, we can have all the wind here on the flight deck. That's a lot quieter, but at the same time, yeah, I guess this is more realistic. But I just love the sound of the engines, you know, and the wind and the noise. So, I don't know, maybe at some point I will really seriously start using this. Sometimes I do in some general aviation aircraft, because I do like it. Actually, in that sense, to me, it's more immersive, but for here, but this is a little bit more immersive. Just the noise, I just love it. Now I do wonder, the noise cancelling headphones on the flight deck, if you turn that on, what will the sound be in the cabin? Let's check it out. So that's also what they do. Well, that I don't like. I think it's nice if when you're in the cabin it's just really noisy. Yeah, and this is putting me to sleep, man. As I said, I had already had like sort of a short flight. Did a long haul. Took a little nap, then landed the plane, and then I just had a little bit of time after landing on the stream to quickly make like a little landing video. But at least like to record some of the images, I should say, of the videos. Then did not edit it, but got picked up by the keyboard player, then went to play a gig. And then was dropped off at home. And then created the landing video. And then pretty much immediately after I started streaming this flight. So I will definitely need to get some sleep later on. So what we'll do, at least I'll stick around until we're at cruising altitude, and then also until we're at the first start line, and then we'll see when the next start line to flight level 380 is going to be. Look at the flight plan, we can get some idea. Let's zoom in. So 340, 360. And then SUGID. Let's copy that and see how far out that is. So SUGID, when you go to the progress page and you put it on destination, we'll be there at 0805, so at 805. That's in like 5 hours, a little under 5 hours. I will probably be just wake up at around the time. Usually I tend to sleep 5 hours or so. So yeah. So I will not be sticking around for that one, but I will definitely stick around for the first step line. Now on the center panel here, so we have the descent checklist up, so we don't need it for another 6 hours or so. Let's go to the com page here. And let's see. Status request. So Oscar Mike Alpha Alpha, we put that there, and automated updates, and send. And then here we will keep on receiving weather reports.
For radar, Indo-9er 35, 18,000.
Indo-9er 35, radar contact.
So let me just try something here, stand by.
Bandar 818, flight level
818, radar contact.
So we just got new weather report. Let me try something here. Maybe let's go first. Let's go to the message. But We will only land in about 6.5 hours or so. But currently wind 300, so runway 31 seems fine, 7 knots. Assumption 29, 2.23, 1008. Flight information, let's see, 8 is request. So 8 is source, actually it doesn't show the, can we reset the Now, one of the gigs would also show the weather report from St. Agnes, so the AI doesn't appear to do that. Let's try position report, see if that works. I don't think it does. These are blue, so maybe these will do something. HC requested for conditional clearance. Warm up. When can we expect? Return, no, active. Okay, I don't have patience for this right now. Oscar Mike Alpha Alpha. So I just used the MDG weather automated
Bumper radar, Indo 9035, flight level 280. Indo 9035, radar contact.
So the com message here saying that we received the message. Now it's clear. So are we missing our step climb already? Ibuku? No, doesn't look like it. See if we zoom out. I think we did.
Lumpur radar, Malaysian 2520, flight level 170.
It's cruising out with the 360.
Malaysian 2520, radar contact.
360. I was actually climbing. Okay. Does it actually do an auto climb now? That would be new to me. The last thing I know, or remember, the situation was that you then manually, we were at 340, that was an initial climb altitude, or initial cruising altitude, and then you override it by flight level 360. And so the auto step climb basically meant that if you put in 360, which I don't think I put in here, but I'm not really sure, maybe I'm tripping, I told you I'm really tired. So basically you would then put in 360 and then override it here and then press execute, and then that would trigger the autopilot to start climbing to that next step altitude if you will. So now it looks like it sort of did it on its own accord anyway.
Red Cap 521, contact Jakarta radar on 133.325.
Because that would mean that I could just go to sleep and it
133.325
magically put it down 380. So the step climb is now scheduled for 7:36. That's in about 2,000 nautical miles. As I said, there's a bigger, you know, there's even a chance that I'll be back at that point. I'm curious to see. So we can do two things. We can dial in once, we can wait until we're at 360, and then we dial in the 380 ourselves, or we don't, and just see if it will start climbing on its own. And I think I prefer to not change it, because as I said, I don't remember changing this to 36,000 already, really. So it looks like something here is automated, or like simulated as well then, because I don't think the aircraft will do it on its own. It's probably a pilot dialing it in, you know. Because really you used to do execute and then it would start, and now we're already at 36,000, so.
Etihad 103, I need you at flight level 340, sir.
Oh, no, they're not bitching at us. Request flight level 360, Etihad 103 Heavy.
Etihad 103, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Etihad 103 Heavy, thank you. Well, they're awake, that's cool, I like it.
Redcap 521 contact, Jakarta radar on 132.3.
Over to Jakarta radar on 132.3, Redcap 521.
Upper radar, Super Green 925, flight level 220.
Super Green 925, radar contact.
Upper radar, Scooter 38, 18,000.
Scooter 38, radar contact.
Top of the stand is not on here yet. We can get the forecast. Wait, we can go nav here. Oh, just receiving a new message. Yeah, it's just the weather report that keeps updating. We won't have to check every message right now. We can actually even turn it off if we want to. Which we maybe should. Wind 290 at 7, 29 at 3, 1008. Cancel. Yeah, let's actually just cancel that. HC, what was it? Flight information. Right, request. Doesn't look like we can cancel. Okay, let's forget about it. Alright, so we go here to the nav page. And then we go to plan. I mean, I believe the top of the stand is on the plan page, actually, but not, I'm starting to doubt now. Let's see where we need to be. We don't have through all of them.
Etihad 103, contact lumper radar on 120.575.
120.575, Etihad 103 heavy. Radar, Etihad 103 heavy, flight level 360, we are 36 nautical miles from Bilik.
Etihad 103, Lumpur radar identified, Selamat Sejahtera.
Selamat Sejahtera.
Etihad 103, say again, please.
Selamat Sejahtera. I think I'm saying it wrong. Selamat Sejahtera. Right,
Etihad 103, say again.
Disregard left respiration, Etihad 103 heavy. You have a good day, sir. Etihad 103, say again. Anyway, let's stay focused here. So, 380, 380. Yeah, top of descent. After Congo. That's 50 miles after Congo, so let's if we just check Congo and go to the progress page. So 9:57 Zulu, that would be the top of the descent. I would have to want to be back at 9:57 Zulu.
Lumpur radar, Air India 2115, flight level 320. Air India 2115, radar contact.
stepping off. And we'll be back at, let's say, 0900 Zulu. We'll that of Etihad 103 Heavy, we will be stepping away. We will return at approximately 0900 Zulu. Thank you. Etihad 103 Heavy. Get some protection before we go.
Redcap 6442, descend and maintain flight level 170. Cleared for the Rupos 1 Echo arrival into Kota Baru.
In the descent for flight level 170. Cleared for the Rupos 1 Echo arrival into Kota Baru, Redcap 6442. Radar, Redcap 6442, flight level 200.
Redcap 6442, radar contact. Redcap 6442, contact Jakarta radar on 133.325.
133.325, Redcap 6442, thanks.
Redcap 6442, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25.
134.25, Redcap 6442, thanks for the help.
Etihad 103 Heavy, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25. 103, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25.
Jakarta radar, Thai 415, flight level 270.
Thai 415, radar contact. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25.
Jakarta radar, Indonesia 185, flight level 280.
Indonesia 185, radar contact. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25. 103, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 123.75. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 134.25. 0.025. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 123.75. 103, contact Lumpur radar on 123.75. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 123.75. radar on 123.75. Etihad 103, contact Lumpur radar on 123.75. Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000. Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000. Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000. Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000.
Etihad 103, contact Colombo Oceanic on 136.73, squawk 2000. 45.
119.45, see ya, fly 940. Bengaluru Radar Center, fly 940, flight level 240.
iFly 940, radar contact. iFly 940, contact Chennai Radar Center on 134.425.
134.425, fly 940, thanks. Chennai Radar Center, fly 940, flight level 240.
iFly 940, radar contact. iFly 539er, contact Kolkata Radar Center on 125.9er.
125.9er, iFly 539er.
Fly 346 Kilo, contact Mumbai Radar Center on 135.75.
135.75 for fly 346 Kilo.
Flight 162 Papa, radar contact.
Bengaluru Radar Center, E-Flight 119er Yankee, flight level 350.
A-Flight 119er Yankee, radar contacts. A-Flight 7172, contact Bengaluru Radar Center on 119er decimal 45.
119er decimal 45, I-Flight 7172, thanks.
I-Flight 7172, contact Chennai Radar Center on 134 decimal 425.
134 decimal 425, see ya, I-Flight 7172.
Center, flight 37 Whiskey Foxtrot, flight level 310.
Flight 37 Whiskey Foxtrot, radar contact.
Chennai Radar Center, Express India 1407, flight level 190.
Express India 1407, radar contact.
flight level 310.
Yes, flight 502, radar contact.
Radar Center, E-Fly 6537, flight level 340.
E-Fly 6537, radar contact.
Chennai Radar Center, E-Fly 6537, flight level 340.
E-Fly 6537, radar contact. E-Fly 7563, descend and maintain flight level 180.
Down to flight level 180. E-Fly 7563.
I-Fly 7563, contact Bengaluru Radar Center on 119.45.
119.45 for E-Fly 7563. Bengaluru Radar Center, E-Fly 7563, flight level 230.
E-Fly 7563, radar contact.
Center, flight 715 Yankee, flight level 190.
Flight 715 Yankee, radar contact.
Chennai Radar Center, flight 715 Yankee, flight level 190.
Flight 715 Yankee, radar contact.
132, flight level 360.
Air India 132, radar contacts.
Radar Center, flight 5069er, flight level 210.
Flight 5069er, radar contact.
Bengaluru Radar Center, flight 69er to Charlie, flight level 190.
Flight 69er to Charlie, radar contact.
Chennai Radar Center, Air India 132, flight level 360.
Air India 132, radar contacts.
Chennai Radar
277 radar contact. And flight 2277 contact Ahmedabad radar center on 132.5.
132.5 for flight 2277, good day.
Chennai Radar Center, Air India 4 Romeo Papa, flight level 360.
Air India 4 Romeo Papa, radar contact. Descend and maintain flight level 260. Cleared for the Rikbu 7 Foxtrot arrival into Bengaluru.
Descending to flight level 260. Cleared for the Rikbu 7 Foxtrot arrival into Bengaluru, Air India 132.
Bengaluru Radar Center, Express India 2749er, flight level 360.
Hey to you too, man. And you're right, Bravo was asleep. So we're back now. And we should be in time for the top of descent. Let's see if the controls are working. Full zooming with no camera, with the mouse. There it is. Top of descent coming up right there. Would be then about 300 miles, I guess. So the first thing I want to know, flight level 380, did we go there? I think we did. So there you go, magically appeared 38,000 feet. I'm really liking this. This must have happened after some update. I was unaware of, but yeah, that's really cool because that's good for our fuel consumption, obviously. We do have some new messages there. We actually do not, we will not really use these, but let's see. 828 Zulu, what is the time actually? 8:14, so this is the latest weather report. 310 degrees, 12 knots, so runway 31 that we had. Let's check here. 31 left, it's still okay. 12 knots, visibility 10, cab okay, temperature 362.9, QH1009, so that's looking all sandy, very good. So let's report back in with ATC. There were some messages missed. So like we had to change our squawk to 2000 and contact Colombo Oceanic. Colombo Oceanic, Etihad 103 heavy, flight level 380. We are 5 nautical miles from Delta Oscar Golf Echo Tango, and we are back.
Etihad 103, Colombo Oceanic, safe position and time, flight level, next position in ETA and following position.
We are at flight level 380, and we are 178 nautical miles from Papa Alpha Romeo Alpha Romeo. After that will be India Victor Oscar Mike Alpha. And our ETA at Papa Alpha Romeo will be 0838 Zulu. I think I was using the wrong button there. Our ETA at Papa Alpha Romeo will be 0838 Zulu. Etihad 103 heavy.
Etihad 103, roger. Squawk 103 is noted.
Squawk 103. Negative. Our ETA at Papa Alpha Romeo will be 0838 38 Zulu.
Etihad 103, roger. Stay following position.
Following position will be India Victor Oscar Mike Alpha. And we will arrive there at 0854 Zulu. Etihad 103 Heavy. Can somebody use this position report? See what that. Well, this might be what they're asking. Colombo Oceanic Etihad 103 Heavy. Did you copy our position?
Etihad 103, safe position and time, flight level, next position in ETA, and following position.
Oh my god. Okay, we will share this information with you again. Position Delta Oscar Golf Echo Tango. Our time 0815 Zulu. Altitude flight level 380. Next position Papa Alpha Romeo ETA 0838 Zulu. Etihad 103 Heavy. Colombo, did you get our position? Etihad 103 Heavy.
Etihad 103, report position and time, flight level, next position in ETA, and following position.
Yeah, we will. Sure, man. We did it twice already. These ATC sometimes are really stupid. Anyway, so we don't, ultimately, we don't need them very much. We could do this entire thing on our own, of course. But good to see that we did do our step climb to 380 automatically. Let's get rid of that comm message there, so I guess we'll just have to open all these registers here and cancel them just to acknowledge. I tried turning it off, but that actually didn't work. These are pretty much all the weather updates that we received for our arrival airport. But we do have the latest weather, and nothing really has changed. So we still have the correct runway for landing. So that's looking good. So if we go to our leg stage, we can see we're still scheduled to land at runway 31 left. So with the wind there, that should be perfectly fine. We will arrive there 10 Zulu. And current time is 8:22 Zulu, so that's in 1 hour and 37 minutes. And our top of descent. Do we have it scheduled step climb to flight level 400. I was not aware. Let's just check. No, that's standard. Okay. So there's no top of descent here yet, but we did see the top of descent on our nav display. Let's see if that is still accurate. Or accurate-ish. There it is after Congo. So if we there's Congo and let's see. LX page. If we copy Congo, just by clicking it, and we go to our progress page and we put it on destination, it will temporarily override it. So 922 will be more or less, will be our top of descent. We can be more precise if we want to. And then we'll have some general idea. Let's zoom in a little bit more. And then go through the steps here. I think for that we do need to be in plan mode. So we're now at, on our way to PARAR, so 115 nautical miles. And then we'll see T/D, there you go, after Congo. If we want to be really precise, we could create a waypoint off of Congo into the direction that we would fly for, let's say, 17 nautical miles, and it would create a fix there. And then copy that fix, put that on the progress page, and then we'll see what our exact top of descent time will be. For now, we're not going to have to bother. Congo was going to be 922, I believe it was. 922. So, yeah, it's in about 1 hour. So we do have some time to, well, also maybe to wake up and to set everything up. Doesn't look like the runway is going to change. We saw the weather was actually still the same as predicted, so that's looking good. And then we can put a checklist here. So for the descent, we'll check the decall notes we can skip. We'll put the correct auto brake or the appropriate auto brake if you will. And landing state of VLAF at minimums, we'll find those on the charts. And then the approach briefing. Then we'll look outside. Our plane looks still at 1 piece, and we're accompanied by the moon. Looks cute, look at that. And there's our beautiful 777-300 CR. Getting 360 something passengers. Or 396, I believe. Okay, it's a little noisy out there. Now, I'm interested to see something. And for that, actually, we'll need to go to COM again. I'm not sure if this is going to work. If this works with state engines, but actually, I should say, maybe it only works with ATC when you're on offensive or something. If we go to, let's see, flight information. Position report. I'm not sure if this actually works. 815 Zulu. Interesting stuff. So turbulence either light, moderate or severe. Then I would say light from the looks of it. I think trace light, moderate, severe. Let's just go with trace. It looks like the the lowest one. Here there's nothing we can do, so let's see what happens if we press send. I don't think this is implemented. Oceanic, Etihad 103 Heavy. For the position report, position Doggett, ATA 0815 Zulu, flight level 380. Estimated time of arrival at the next waypoint is PARAR at 0838 Zulu. After that, EVOMA. Our destination estimated time of arrival is 1000 Zulu. It would be nice if they would say something back, you know, like Arkady do, just talking out of him behind or something, you know what I mean. Nothing, complete silence. They asked us 2 or 3 times for the position. Let me try something with, let me see if I can show you, with state actions of AI. I'm not sure if, yeah, here it looks like we have it as well. This just looks horrible, doesn't it? So maybe we just enlarge the screen or something, the window. It's only making it worse. I mean, it's only a monthly prescription. I mean, screw that, man. So I'll press one of these stars, one of these buttons, but not through the simulators, but through the app. And one is called check-in.
Oceanic, Etihad 103. Good afternoon. We're with you at flight level 380.
Well, that was taking its time. And I can tell you what they're going to say. They're probably going to say, hey man, give us your position and your next position and your altitude and your estimated times of arrival. Alright, so let's go to the progress page. actually set it. So estimate time of arrival at the destination, that is distance to go, DTG, 579 knots come out. Rolling at the new weather report. Information Yankee. Wind 300 at 10 knots. Temperature 37, 2.12. QNH 1009, okay. Acknowledged. So, we'll arrive there at 10 o'clock with 9.9 thousand kilograms of fuel on board. So let's set up a fix around the runway. We go to our charts. We'll go to the arrival airport. And then Nethergraph crashes. That's expected behavior, that's normal behavior. Not saying it's nice, but it's expected. It does this. After a while, it's a no thing. Airport. I guess it would be this chart. Yeah, so we pin that one. And then our arrival. Do I remember our arrival if I see it here? Rovos. Arturo, that would have been it. Or the NOBTO. NOBTO for Juliet. I think that's it. Let's go for this one and then we'll check later. NOBTO for Juliet. And the approach would be 3-1 left. It would take the category 2-3. So let's see if it was the NOBTO for Juliet. There you go. NOBTO for Juliet. We're on runway 3-1 left. 3-1 left. Alright, cool. Alright, so yeah, we'll check that later. I would like to see the final approach chart first. So the final approach course will be 306 degrees. So minus 180 is 126 degrees. We'll need that to draw a line in the opposite direction towards us, coming from the localizer. So the localizer is right there. It's called India Alpha Whiskey. And the glide slope will start at a waypoint called AROSO, which is situated 9.2 nautical miles from India Alpha Whiskey, from the localizer. So I would like to actually draw a line coming from there, actually a circle around the start of the glide slope. So what we'll do, the 9.2, I don't think we can put in a decimal in the FMS. So we could put either 9 or 10, I'm going to say 10 just to be ready a little bit earlier. So what we'll do for that, we'll go to our legs page first. And then we find our runway. So that is runway 3-1 left. Click it, it will appear in the scratch pad. Then we go to our fixed page, and we just copy it into there. So the bearing will be 126 degrees. And we said 10 degrees, 10 miles. We'll do the same for 15 miles. So 126/15. If we now go to map view here, let's see what we just did. Let's put this on plan. Let's go like 40 miles or so. That's our top of descent, by the way. So now go to the legs page and we go step. We'll see the line that we created and the two circles around the way, around the localizer pretty much. there at AROSO with rule line. It's actually at 9.2 nautical miles from the runway, but the FMS doesn't allow 9.2, it doesn't allow decimals. So in the fixed page we just put in 10 nautical miles for this one, just as we did a little bit earlier. And then we also have one at 15 nautical miles, just to have some extra, I don't know, situational awareness. I don't expect ATC to be flying us the entire approach like this.
Etihad 103, contact Muscat Control on 135.6, squawk 1371.
Uh, 135.6, squawk 1371, Etihad 103 heavy. Muscat Control, good morning, Etihad 103 heavy, flight level 380, we are 118 nautical miles from Evo Mount. But yeah, so that's going to help us.
Etihad 103, Muscat Control, identified. Salam.
Salam. Alright, cool. Alright, and we can put this back on checklist. We will need that before we start descending. But there are a couple of things to take care of here. What we'll do, first stop the controller from drifting. So I'll be right back. Alright, so let's see what we're looking at. We're getting close to our top of descent. Plus 8,000. I don't think we missed any messages from ATC, so that's looking cool. Top of descent is about 17 minutes instead on payattention.ai. Let's have a look here. VNAV, top of descent, 9:24. Yeah, so it's about 17 minutes. So let's do some quick preparations. We've done the most important things already. We still have a new comm message, so let's check the latest weather report. Surface wind 290 degrees at 9 knots. Variable from 260 degrees to 330. Visibility 10, cavalcade temperature 37.2.12, QNH 1008. So let's please set 1008. So we can cancel this, and then here we'll open our checklist, and then we can request our descent momentarily. So recall, let's check, see if anything requires our attention. Doesn't look like it. That's looking good. Notes, there are none. Auto brake, so we saw the runway length of 13,000 feet. Let's check the airport through here. So 31 left. Could exit either Echo 8 or at the end there at Echo. So I guess we just do some sort of a medium kind of auto brake, just auto brake 1. I guess that's fine. So auto brake check. Landing data, VREF and minimums. Let's have a look at that. So the minimum we'll see on the final approach chart. Decision height, 50 feet of radio altitude. I guess we can use that for a category 3. So 50 feet. And where do we enter that again? It should be there. So first we select, oops, up here we'll select the radio, and then 50. That appears to be going slow. And final approach speed, so the winds not too crazy. I guess we'll just do a flaps 30 landing, or in this aircraft we'll do flaps 25, I think. Yeah, so full flaps is 30, so we'll do a flaps 25 landing. So we go to our in address page. That will give us 147 knots. Plus 5 would be 152. Just by 1 second. FMC message. Runway LS frequency error. Oh, that's a new one. That's cool. It's probably because we entered the departure of ILS. Where is our navnet page? So we just entered it manually then. 109.3. 109.3. And the final approach course is 306. There you go. 109.3 at 306. 109.3 at 306. Cool. Yeah, so I think we should pretty much be done landing data. So we have QNH 1008. Let's see what is the transition altitude. 13,000. Maybe let's see if we also can find ATIS information. 119.975. 975. And the wrong button. 975. Where are we? This is actually
TAC, you have information uniform. Abu Dhabi International Airport, information uniform. 0630 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 31 left, 31 right. Wind 280 at 6. Cab OK. Temperature 34, 2.17. QNH 1009er. Transition level 150. Rubber removal in progress. Expect possible delays near the terminal area. Advise on initial contact. You have information uniform.
Alright, we have information uniform. That's cool. What's the time? So I guess we're at our top of distance. 23 miles. And we are now under Muscat control. Muscat control, Etihad 103, heavy flight level 380, requesting descent.
Etihad 103, descend via NOBTO 4 Juliet to 4000 into Abu Dhabi, QNH 1009.
Descend by the NOBTO 4 Juliet to 4000 speed. QNH 1009 and Etihad 103 heavy, thank you. Alright, cool. So, 4000. And the nice thing about the Boeing is that 4000, the moment you overfly the top of the descent marker, it will actually, it'll automatically start descending on its own. That's really cool. So that's the descent. Looking dandy. 1009, so let's change that. There we go. Then I think we're pretty much done with that. So we do have 109.3 at 306. That's the double check. 109.3 at 306. We have the QNH 1009. The transition level will be 150. Final approach speed 147. Plus 5 is 152. And I think we should set it in the, let's set it here on the legs page. I don't think it does it on the 777, but not sure. Lubick. There you go, it says 170, so we can go ahead and say 152 /. And we'll put it there. And we'll do the same for AMOSU. 152. And / as well, so we don't change the altitude there, just the speed. Cool. That is done as well. So we have a ref speed, decision altitude, 50 feet, radio altitude, so above ground level. Then I guess the descent checklist is about completed. So landing data via minimums, we have all of those. Approach briefing, let's consider that as well. I'm expecting them to factor us in a little early. If we go to the arrival chart, you will see that we'll be coming from NOBTO, and we got NOBTO 4 Juliet, so at CT we'll take a right to Quito. But then actually they're going to make us do this zigzag sort of shape, so right, left, 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 right, left, whatever, and then to the runway. So they're probably going to factor us in at some point. So we can just, well, consider that briefed. And let's check with Zayed tension. I see our assigned gate that has not been assigned yet from the looks of it. Alright, so it's cool. But we'll exit the runway to the left if we see the airport diagram. The runway 31 left will be our runway. And using also brake 1, I don't think we'll make Echo 12 for instance, but we might make Echo 8. Otherwise, it's going to be very sharp and it's not very pleasant. So otherwise it will be Echo all the way at the end. But we'll be stopped well before that, so I think it would be nice if we could take actually Echo 8. It's a high-speed intersection, so I think like 45 knots would be acceptable to get there. And then here is the terminals already, and we'll probably get our assigned terminal any moment now. So that's looking good. And we've started descending. That's also lovely to see. So descent checklist complete. And then approach altimeter, so we'll change to the local settings at flight level 150. So we started our descent, so that's all looking nice. Now let's zoom in a little bit more. We're not quite there yet. If we go to the progress page, just for the passengers, expected time of arrival was 10:01. So that's still like 40 minutes, so let's keep this passengers, let's, you know, the passengers are not strapped in, so they can still walk around. That's fine right now, we're just descending a little bit.
UAE Center, Oman Air 171, flight level 260.
A little bit high in the profile, so I would like to extend a little bit of speed brake here. Just so that we stay on target, you know. Speed brake retracted. Let's see if we continue on in a decent fashion. Cool, man. We're finally flying the 777 again. I've been flying a bunch of new aircraft, mostly the Airbus A350 by inbuilt, and I've been sort of struggling or getting used to the Airbus A340-600 that we flew yesterday on the channel. And this one pretty much flies itself. It's an awesome airplane.
UAE Center, Oman Air 171, flight level 350.
And also this airplane is really nice on final approach. It really flies, I don't know, it just flies absolutely stable. I love flying this airplane, especially on final approach. It's really cool. I like the desert below us, man. It's such a cool part of the world. I really like this a lot. Alright, so we do drift a little bit. It's not too much, like we're 50 feet high, 48, 50. Maybe we can just do manually a little bit of speed brake like this. There we go, so we don't have to extend the entire thing, but we do have to take notice that we do have our speed brake out. Because I might forget, which I don't want. And there's the message reminding us of the speed brake. That's cool. That's still working. Let's go ahead and acknowledge. We do have the message here as well. And maybe we can actually deflect it now. See if there's any weather
Progress.
updates. We should
Expect
have
possible
information
delays near
uniform.
the terminal area. Advise on initial contact you have information Yankee.
Yeah, that is information Yankee now.
Abu Dhabi International Airport, information Yankee. 0830 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 31 left, 31 right.
31 left, not right.
Wind 300 at 10.
300
Cab okay. Temperature 37, dew point 12. QNH 1009er. Transition level 150. Bird activity in vicinity of airport.
Okay, not long has changed.
In progress. Expect possible delays near the terminal area.
Right, so not long has changed.
Etihad 103, cleared Pegum transition. Expect the ILS runway 31 left approach into Abu Dhabi. Verify information. Yankee.
Etihad 103 Heavy, we have information Yankee and we'll expect the Pegum transition for ILS 31 left. Etihad 103 Heavy. And then they're going to come back at us with, we couldn't hear what you said. Getting a little bit high again, so speed brakes out. And then there's a Pegum transition, let's see on the next page. This probably is going to be one of the waypoints. Pegum, there you go. And there's the route discontinuity, but we'll just ignore it because, as I said, we'll probably just get fractals. So altitude 22,000. Time is 9:33. Expected time of arrival 10. There's the warning for the speed brakes. Our speed is getting a little bit low as well, so let's reflect the speed brakes again. Yeah, that's a cool part of the world, man. think I will left the use of speed brakes every now and then, just so that we're not drifting too much. Oops, come on.
Etihad 103. Contact Muscat Control on 118.325.
118.325, Etihad 103 heavy. Muscat Control, Etihad 103 heavy. Descending through flight level 194 for 4,000 feet. We are 10 knots from out from SODEX.
Etihad 103, Muscat Control identified. Good afternoon.
So it's flight level 150, we'll switch to local flashing. Let's quickly get the latest weather reports. Just actually get that out of the way there. 930, 310, 12 knots, 1008.
Etihad 103, contact Abu Dhabi radar on 124.4.
Abu Dhabi radar on 124.4, Etihad 103 heavy. Abu Dhabi radar, الصباح الخير. Etihad 103 heavy, descending through flight level 176 for 4,000 feet.
Etihad 103, information Yankee is current. Alpha is outdated. Etihad 103, Abu Dhabi radar identified. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Etihad 103 heavy. Yes, we have information. Yankee confirmed. Thank you.
Etihad 103, contact Muscat Control on 135.6.
135.6, Etihad 103 heavy. Muscat Control, Etihad 103 heavy, descending through flight level 161 for 4,000 feet.
Etihad 103, Muscat Control identified. Marhaba.
So here's our transition altitude. Let's switch over to the local flash. 1009, and that's still remaining. Speed brake retracted.
UAE Center, Arabia 366, flight level 220. Arabia 366, radar contact. Etihad 103, contact UAE Center on 128.25.
128.25, Etihad 103 heavy. UAE Center, Etihad 103 heavy, descending through 13,200 for 4,000.
Etihad 103, say again.
Descending through 13,100 for 4,000. Get a little bit speed brakes out again.
UAE Center, Arabia 366, flight level 300. Arabia 366, radar contact.
Get started our descent, please enter your seats, make sure your seatbelts are securely fastened. We expect to arrive at Abu Dhabi Airport in approximately 20 minutes. The local temperature today will be very warm, it will be 37 degrees. It will not be super windy, we're expecting a smooth touchdown. On behalf of Etihad Airways and the entire crew, thank you very much for your attention. Alright, we've got that message out of the way. For almost at 10,000 feet. The airport elevation was near sea level, 80 feet. So, I'm wondering when they will see us.
Center, Emirates 19er, flight level 220.
Emirates 19er, radar contact.
Tower should be 118675.
Etihad 103, descent altitude 4,000 feet, turn left heading 285.
Descend altitude 4,000 feet, turn left heading 285, Etihad 103 heavy.
Center, Emirates 19er, flight level 300.
Emirates 19er, radar contact.
Feet, turn on the landing lights. And also
Center, Nauta 63, flight level 210.
63, radar contact.
see if we can arm the ground support. Sure if I did that correctly. Whoops. Go back. There you go. So landing checklist. Approach with completed that. Landing is speed brake armed, landing is down, flaps 25.
Center, Nauta 63, flight level 300.
We're not descending to 4,000, man. Shit.
Radar contact.
So we might need some speed brakes here. Break arms. Check. Cabin is ready.
Etihad 103, 12 miles from Imo SU. Turn right heading 315, descend altitude 3000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 31 left approach.
Right heading 315, descend and maintain 3000 feet. Cleared for the ILS 31 left approach. Etihad 103 head. Right, so let's arm the localizer.
Etihad 103, turn right heading 210.
Right heading 210, left heading 210, Etihad 103 head.
Etihad 103, 10 miles from Imo SU. Turn right heading 320, descend altitude 3000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 31 left approach.
Say again, Etihad 103 heavy.
Way center, Sky Dubai 651, flight level 200.
So speed is a bit high now. But we can't go flaps 1. Let's do that. That'll definitely help with some drag.
Way center, Arabia 147, flight level 220.
Arabia 147, radar contact.
Etihad 103, contact Abu Dhabi Tower on 118, this 1675.
Contact Tower Etihad 103 heavy. Tower Etihad 103 heavy for runway 31 left.
Etihad 103 heavy, Abu Dhabi Tower, continue approach.
TO approach, Etihad 103 heavy.
Etihad 103, say again please.
Oh, not that again. Don't think we'll make this, man. Let's do missed approach. Straight ahead to FedEx at 4000. Tower Etihad 103 heavy, going missed approach. Tower Etihad 103 heavy, going around.
Etihad 103, execute missed approach procedure for level 340 on 124.4.
What the fuck, man? Say again, Etihad 103 heavy.
Etihad 103, execute missed approach procedure. Contact departure on 124.4.
Missed approach procedure and contact 124.4. Etihad 103 heavy. approach, Etihad 103 heavy going missed approach.
Etihad 103 heavy departure identified. Marhaba Abu Dhabi, coordinate gauge 1009er.
Approach Etihad 103 heavy, request factors for 31 left, please.
Etihad 103, say again, please.
Oh my god, man. Request factors for 31 left.
Etihad 103, no records available. Confirm request.
Request vectors, runway 31 left, Etihad 103 heavy. How copy? I'm losing my fucking patience with this stupid ATC. It's only like 18 euros per month, you know?
Etihad 103, turn left, heading 150, descend at your discretion.
Turn left 150, Etihad 103 heavy. Not an intercept heading, we can ignore that. We'll just do it again, so speed is 250 knots. We're on heading select, Emirates altitude hold 4,000 feet. LNAV, let's turn that off completely, but cleanly on heading select. So we can see in the airport from up here, or do we? Well, let's stay lubricated and clean up the flight deck. Also turn on the runway turn off lights and the taxi lights. So what went wrong? It's the following. We were clear to go to 4,000 feet, but the FMS was holding a restriction at 10,000. And it's my job as a pilot, obviously, to monitor that and to act accordingly. So I just let the vertical navigation do its thing, but it wasn't supposed to have it, needed to override it actually, which I did not do, and therefore we were a little bit too high. And then I noticed it sort of in time, but a little bit too late, so I used vertical speed to get us down real quick, and then it just got unstable and messy, and here we are now. So everything's back under control. We're at 250 knots, we're on heading select, so they gave us heading 150, 4,000 feet and holding. And we requested vectors for the final approach. Let's zoom out a little bit. And we can see here the runway, extended runway center line. So this should work fine for us. If they understand our requests and everything, the communication is sometimes a little bit funny with St. Ange.
Etihad 103, maintain present heading vectors for the ILS, runway 31 left approach.
Copy that, maintain current heading, these are vectors for the ILS 31 left approach, Etihad 103 heavy. And then it's gonna come back, Etihad 103 heavy, stay again. Well, I'm surprised. If you are perhaps detecting some sarcasm. I can assure you that's not intentional. It's supposed to be cynicism. Alright, so we're on heading 150. Should have enough fuel. Let's check the progress page. 8.7 on arrival. Yeah, that should be fine. So I would just fly the pattern basically. So basically we're doing the pattern of shame. But cool, as I said, really happy to fly the 777 again. And also happy to be streaming again. It's been a while. Been some turbulence here and there. And well, back to streaming. I really like it. Maybe we should address the passengers. What do you think? Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We, in the interest of safety of the aircraft and all the passengers aboard, we decided to perform a go-around procedure. This is a procedure, this is a published approach, so published procedure, so there's nothing wrong. We expect to touch down in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Something like that. Totally made a dick out of myself, but hey. That's the whole fun, isn't it? So for now we're looking good. Speed 250. I think we can actually reduce our speed now. Let's go like almost like the, what's it there, 220 knots? Yeah. So we won't have another high energy approach, you know?
Etihad 103, turn left heading 030.
Turn left heading 030, Etihad 103 heavy. Call flaps 1. And flaps 5 speed was 245 knots, so we can go flaps 5 as well. And we'll go to, I don't know, 179. 178. So final approach speed will be 152. Well, that's it, maybe has changed now.
Etihad 103, turn left heading 335.
Left heading 335, Etihad 103 heavy.
Etihad 103 heavy, 17 miles from EMOSU. turn left heading 345, descend altitude 3,000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 31 left approach.
.345 degrees and descend and maintain 3,000 feet, cleared for the ILS approach 31 left, Etihad 103 heavy. On the localizer. And we are on the speed brakes. So we are below the glide slope, it's looking good, holding at 3,000. We're at 20 miles out, so still have some time. Brake armed, debut running, patches signs on, outboard brake 1 selected, that's good. Flaps at 15. Below the glide slope, the localizer is armed, not intercepted yet. Then we'll do a flaps 25 landing today. Final approach speed will be 151 knots, 151, which is updated on the SMS, 151. Not sure if we're going to be needing that now, but let's do it. There you go. And 151 at the runway as well. Forward slash and nothing. And execute. Cool. Let's set the VLT down with Abu Dhabi Airport. So standing by for localizer catch up. And then we'll contact the tower and get our landing clearance. Let's see if there's an assigned gate. That's Terminal Alpha Gate 689. So I was waiting for the localizer. Just take note of this. Terminal A. Gate number 689. And maybe also find the ground frequency 120.425. So this information comes from the St. Patrick's app, but you can also see it in here through the sim, but the interface in the sim is a little bit clunky. Look at that. It just looks like a train wreck. But here's our arrival gate, Alpha, Terminal Alpha Gate 689, and the ground frequency 120.425. So still below the glide slope, but it's gaining on us. Our speed for now is fine. We can stay at around 160 knots. Should be fine, but we're really getting close to the glide slope intercept, which was at 9.2 nautical miles. We set it at 10 because we cannot set, we set the ring at 10. We cannot set a ring at 9.2 in the 777. Like you can in the 737, for instance, you can actually use decimals, which is really cool. So localizer still armed. India Alpha Whiskey at 306 degrees. That is our runway. India Alpha Whiskey, that's looking fine. In that sense, we look very well configured.
Etihad 103, contact Abu Dhabi Tower on 118.675.
Localizer capture. Going to Tower 8 at 103 Heavy, thank you. Tower 8 had 103 Heavy, established localizer runway 31 left, 10 DME.
Etihad 103 Heavy, Abu Dhabi Tower, roger, continue approach runway 31 left.
Continue approach 31 left, Etihad 103 Heavy. Right, approach. The glide slope is armed and captured. We're 9.4 miles out. Let's go for flaps 20.
Etihad 103 Heavy, runway 31 left, winds 310 at 12, cleared to land.
31 left, clear to land, Etihad 103 Heavy. Cool. Cabin crew, 2500 for landing. Right, let's drop the gear. Flaps 25, and then final approach speed 151. So then we're fully configured. The flaps are at 25. Landing checklist complete. We got the gear down, speed brake is armed, and our flaps are at 25. We're at final approach speed 151 knots, and we're at 1500 feet above ground level. We're standing by to disengage the autopilot. On the 6, turn off the autopilot, do the rest manually.
Approaching runway 31 left.
I'm getting a little bit low here.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Oh, my bad, that wasn't so pretty. I was changing the radio frequency. You really need a co-pilot for these things.
300.
What here is our runway?
200. Approaching minimums.
Check.
100. Minimums.
Here we are.
30. 20.
Land and idle. Let's touchdown. Nose give touchdown. Box to Abu Dhabi. Let's go reverse. I think this would be Echo 8. Let's go full reverse, so maybe we can make the intersection there. And some toe brakes as well. And get ourselves off the runway. Cool, welcome to Abu Dhabi.
Etihad 103, exit at the Hotel Fable. Contact ground on 123.975.
Etihad 103. So it's a totally different frequency. Ground, standby. Let's set the parking brakes first. Ground, Etihad 103, heavy, runway 31 left vacated, request taxi to Terminal Alpha, gate 689er.
Etihad 103, taxi to Terminal A gate 689er via Echo 6, Foxtrot, Echo 4, hold short of runway 13 right. Good day.
Gate 689er via Echo 6, Foxtrot, Echo 4, hold short 13 right. Etihad 103. Let's see what the hell they're talking about. Also, we'll have to cross. See, so Echo 6, Foxtrot, Echo 4. Foxtrot. Echo 6, Foxtrot, and then Echo 4 will be there. And that will take us to cross runway 13 right. Right. So right turn and another right turn. Let's start by doing that. Parking brakes release. Or visit. There you go. Yeah, it was a bit of a messy landing, and then on the final approach I wanted to change the ground frequency, the frequency that we saw on Zayed engine, but then after landing it turned out to be the wrong frequency anyway. And by doing that I was not very focused on the on controlling the aircraft decently on the final approach. It's a bit of a shame, but hey, it's definitely fun to fly the 777 again. Here we are taxiing at Abu Dhabi airport. The real world time and weather, it's 37 degrees centigrade here at the moment. And then we'll take a right here on Echo 4 to cross runway 13 right.
Etihad 9er Delta 2, request pushback.
Etihad 9er Delta 2, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Push and start approved, Etihad 9er Delta 2.
And then we'll need to cross runway 13 right, but our instructions are to hold short. Also, brake can be turned off.
Etihad 41 ready for pushback.
Etihad 4-1, push and start approved.
Roger, pushback approved. Etihad 4-1.
Etihad 103, cross runway 13 right, then continue taxi via Delta 4, Mike 4, Lima, Kilo.
Cross runway 13 right, then continue taxi via Delta 4, Mike 4, Lima, Kilo. Etihad 103 heavy. Where the hell are we? Delta 4, then Mike 4, so we keep going straight. And where will be Lima? Lima. And Kilo. Okay, so pretty much we keep going straight from here.
Etihad 238, request push and start.
Etihad 238, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Well, this looks a little bit funny.
Cleared, push and start. Etihad 238.
It feels weird not to follow that yellow line. You can see something probably changed with the maps. I don't know, it looks a bit funny here.
Etihad 611 ready to push.
Etihad 611, push and start approved.
Pushback and start approved. Etihad 611.
Driving over the grass now.
Etihad 7 Mike Alpha, contact tower on 118.675.
We'll just set the sucker down somewhere.
Going to tower, Etihad 7 Mike Alpha, thanks.
We'll call it quits. There's a bunch of air Arabians.
Etihad 9er Delta 2 ready to taxi.
Etihad 9er Delta 2, runway 31 left taxi via Foxtrot, Echo 3, Echo 15.
Parking brake set.
Runway 31 left taxi via Foxtrot, Echo 3, Echo 15, Etihad 9er Delta 2.
Well, here we are, people. Landed, we did land in one piece. Wasn't the most beautiful landing, but definitely wasn't all that bad, I guess. It was a bit messy on the final approach. But here we are nonetheless. I think we're on one piece. It looks like we are on one piece. It feels like we're on one piece. Right, man. Thank you very much for checking, everybody. I really appreciate it. And everybody just stay funky, man, and keep your loved ones close. See you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Etihad 41 ready to taxi.
Etihad 41, runway 31 left taxi via Foxtrot 7, Foxtrot Echo 15.
Runway 31 left taxi via Foxtrot 7, Foxtrot Echo 15, Etihad 41.